Good evening. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'll call to order our evening meeting. Today is Monday, April the 28th. Thank you for joining us this evening. It's always great to look out and see a full auditorium. I see lots of ABSS students, athletes, staff members, family members, and community members. Warm welcome to those here with us as well as those watching us from home this evening, ABSS staff, Commissioners Thompson, Commissioner Priola, and as always, our friends from the media. Board members, you've had an let me scratch that. I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Harvey for a moment of silence and Pledge of Allegiance.
At this time, if we could just quieten ourselves and just take a moment for our moment of silence, please. Thank you. If we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Board members, you've had an opportunity to review the agenda. Is there a motion to approve at this time?
Madam Chair, I'd like to modify the agenda so that public comment is moved somewhere after recognition and after the board candidates speak, in case some of the members of the public have comments about the vacancy. Now, there's not really an item for that. Maybe it's
You want to just move C1 under D?
So you want to do it, you want to have the public comments prior to the candidates speaking?
actually that may be a better idea. So I'll amend my motion for what Mr. Ingles said. So we'll just move public comments between recognition and the discussion of the vacancy.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Thank you, Mr. Ingles. There's a motion on the floor to amend the agenda. We will swap public comments, move it to C, and we will move Board of Education business to D. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Amended agenda is approved. Board members, you've had the opportunity to review the minutes from our past meetings. Is there a motion to approve those as presented?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Is there a motion to approve the consent items as put forth?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you. At this time, I will turn the floor over to Emily Lynn Atkins and Board Member Avery Wagner for special recognitions.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Fleming. Tonight we have several exciting recognitions to bring forth to you all, and we're going to start with our Cummings High School Women's Indoor Track Champions. If you guys will come up along with your coaches. I'll read a little bit as they're headed to the front. Tonight we are proud to recognize the Cummings High School Women's Indoor Track Team, the 2025 North Carolina High School Athletic Association 1A, 2A state champions. Leading the way was junior Deanna Cotton, who won 3 gold medals and 1 silver, setting a new 1A, 2A state record in the triple jump at 40 feet 9 inches and tying her own state record in the high jump. The Cavaliers' dominance didn't stop there. Cummings swept the top 3 spots in both the long jump and triple jump, with standout performances from Diamond Moore, Brooke Packingham. Brooke also earned 3rd place in the 55-meter hurdles, and the 200-meter relay team of Trollinger, Packingham, Jones, and Moore captured 3rd place as well. So congratulations to the entire Cummings team for their outstanding achievements, hard work, and for continuing the proud tradition of excellence with the Cummings track team. Congratulations. Ladies, don't go yet.
Is this on? Good.
Nice
Coach Davis,
try,
first and
nice
foremost,
try.
how do you keep doing this? I mean, you are a famous individual that continues to produce up-tier athletes in your program. How do you keep doing that?
They just make me look good. No, honestly, it's a lot. It's a lot of fun coaching student athletes like this. They're all outstanding students, number one, and no matter what competition we go into at any level, they will rise to that level. Starting with Fruity. We always look not at the top athletes, but the ones that give us what we call the crumbs. Because you can't win without those second, third, fourth, and fifth places. So everybody on this team contributed to the state championship. And the odd thing, or not the odd thing, but the unusual thing is that we went into the state championship with the intention or with the possibility of scoring 80 points. That's what they scored. So they were perfect at the state championship. Deanna, of course, is one of the top, well, not one of the top, she is the top most versatile athlete in the state of North Carolina.
Wow.
She set the 2A state record in the triple jump that's been around for 30 years. So, and she actually broke my daughter's state record. So understand it's still in the family. But at any level that we go to, and we take them to different competitions during the year. And when we compete, we just don't compete against our level. We compete against the best. She's a national champion. She had the #1 long jump in the state of North Carolina, 19.2 3/4. No, she jumped 20 feet at national. Diamond next to her had the second best jump in North Carolina, overall in North Carolina. So, and then Brooke is in the top 15. Honestly, it's the person that we depend on for our relay. She chokes sometimes when it comes to she's a sophomore. After they're gone next year, then she'll have the experience. And Fruity, something's always wrong with her, but she always shows up when we need her. So, with 5 girls, I think the team that we finished second to us had maybe 30 athletes. Last year, they beat us by 2 points at the state meet. Wow. So, and we actually went into the state meet as a 20-point underdog. But we don't ever worry about what somebody else can do, only what we can do. Deanna, national champion in the long jump. She finished second in the triple, second in the hurdles. Brooke finished 6th at the nationals in the hurdles. Diamond finished second at the Virginia Showcase in the long jump. They came out of the long jump at the Virginia Showcase, #1 and #2 in the state. They're in the top 4 all time for North Carolina. So it's hard to lose. It's hard to lose when you have people like this. And I tell you, congratulations to the basketball team. Enjoy it, because not too many people can do what you did. There's not too many state champions. You can only have one. But the odd thing, can't put one of you win it next year. You're in the same conference. But honestly, enjoy it. You deserve it. There's no way to get it unless you work hard. And that's what we can depend on every day with our group.
Well, Coach, with Harold Pafla, ABSS, there's a certificate of recognition for you and the team. If there's any parents or relatives who would like to get a picture up here, please come out and do it. I don't have a camera. Does anyone want to get a picture?
I'd like to take a
Yeah,
picture.
get a picture.
Any family? Any family want to get up?
Coach Love, and this is Coach Penix. I'm not by myself, so I get a lot of credit, but Coach Love and I have been together for over 30 years, so when everything else is all said and done, he's still here.
Dream team. Ready? One, two, okay. Okay, next up, we will welcome the Southeast Women's Basketball Champions, and I will say a few words as they come up with their coaches, and I believe Principal Yarborough is here as well. We're excited to recognize the Southeast Alamance High School Lady Stallions basketball team, our 2025 North Carolina High School Athletic Association 2A state champions. With a 43-33 victory over North Wilkes, the Lady Stallions not only captured the first state title in school history, but also tied the state record for the fastest girls basketball team program to win a championship after a school's opening. In just their second year, the team finished as conference champions with an impressive 29-3 record, defeating the number 5, number 4, number 1, and number 2 seeds, all on the road or at neutral sites, on their way to the title. Even more impressive, their roster was made up entirely of freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Wow. Coach Amy Surratt was named Conference Coach of the Year, and several players earned individual honors, including Paler and, LaChapelle? My bad. Who were named Most Outstanding Player of the State Tournament and MVP of the championship game. Beyond their athletic excellence, and this is one of the most important things, the Lady Stallions also achieved a remarkable 3.83 team GPA, demonstrating their commitment to success on the court and in the classroom. So congratulations to this outstanding team and their coaches for a historic season.
Well done, ladies. There's no pressure for back-to-back, correct? Is that going to be the opening T-shirts next year when you go to school back-to-back?
This team, the junior class kind of laid the foundation, and with their commitment to how hard they work. They not only work during the season, but in the off season. And they had a lot of confidence, and going throughout the season, we didn't all think that we were necessarily going to win, because we know how hard it takes a lot to win. But as we kept going, I think they thought they knew we were going to win. So there was a lot of confidence there, and like he said, like Emily said, they're really good girls, not just on the court, but off the court as well.
On behalf of ABSS, here's a certificate of recognition for your state championship. And we're going to get a team picture. Would a grandfather like to get in the team picture today?
Oh. Would Principal Yarborough like to get up? Any other family?
Yeah.
Do like a double line. Look over here, Pete. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. All right. Next up, we're going to recognize Michaela Bentley. If you'll come on up. Michaela is from Western Alamance High School, and she is the 2025 North Carolina High School Athletic Association 3A state champion in women's diving. Michaela, yes. Michaela has been diving for just 2.5 years, transitioning from successful gymnastics background to the diving board, where she quickly, obviously, excelled. With a training schedule of 4 to 5 days, as you can imagine, she's spending a lot of time in the pool diving. Michaela's hard work and dedication led her to the top of the podium this season. In addition to her high school accomplishments, she also competes in USA diving events on the 1 meter, 3 meter, and occasionally platform events, and will compete at the USA Region 2 Championships this May coming up. We congratulate Michaela on her incredible achievement and look forward to seeing all the accomplishments in this year ahead and beyond. And she is joined today with her coach and her mother, Miss Bentley.
Well, I'm sure, I don't know if coach or mom wants to make a comment about her career.
I will. Well, not my career. I can't take any credit except doing paperwork and getting her to everything she needs to be. I stood in as her coach, but she does the real learning at UNC on her travel team. But she put Alamance County on the map for diving, so I'm hoping that we can get other people interested in diving, maybe at Western or even around Alamance County. It's a great sport, and she's just a junior this year, so we're coming back for another one next year.
That's right.
On behalf of ABSS, here's a certificate of recognition. Congratulations. Thank you. You're welcome. Anyone want to take a picture of them real quick?
I would like to take a quick picture. Anybody else?
Congratulations again.
All right, we're rounding out our evening of champions with the Western Alamance High School women's basketball team. If y'all will come forward, I'll say a few words. This is the 2025 North Carolina High School Athletic Association 3A State Championship team. The Warriors captured this title with a 76-58 victory over Stuart Kramer at the Lawrence Joel Memorial Coliseum. Led by Sykes, who scored 22 points, dished out 5 assists, and was named the KYAL MVP of the championship game. Western Alamance played their best basketball of the season during their playoff run, averaging 70 points per game and holding every opponent under 58 points. They dominated on both ends of the floor, winning by an average margin of 24.5 points per game. Adding to the pride, the entire coaching staff is made up of Alamance Burlington School graduates, and I think that's pretty neat. So congratulations to the Warriors on an incredible season and a well-earned state championship.
And just FYI, ticket sales for the women's Western versus Southeast are going to sell tonight. Okay. Coach, would like to say a few words?
Yeah, it was a great group. As a coach, the one thing that makes coaching a lot easier is when you don't have to coach effort. And that's what I'd say about this team more than anything is they competed every day, gave great effort. And I can't take a whole lot of credit because I stepped into a group that Coach Quinn, who is our AD now, had coached the 3 years previous. And their goal from the get-go was to win a state championship, and they worked every day to do it.
I'm sure you deserve a lot of credit.
I appreciate it.
On behalf of ABSS, here's a certificate of recognition for your 3A state title.
Thank you.
If anyone comes up and take a picture with the team, please come up. Any parents, anybody want to come and get in the picture?
And if I could get y'all to get on 2 rows, we'll kind of
Congratulations, team. You know, just real quickly, it is amazing over the last few years how many state championships we brought to Alamance County. It's a credit to our coaches and our staff and you students as well. I mean, you have everything to do with it. My friend Seneca Rogers told me before I came up here, if you're going to a state championship in North Carolina, it comes through Alamance County. So congratulations, teams. Well done.
This time, first of all, congratulations to everyone that was recognized here this evening. It's nice to be able to recognize the good things in the school district and be able to kind of open our meeting with that each month. We will move into our public comments portion of the meeting tonight. We have the first portion is going to be our standard public comment portion. Our candidates will speak separately after we finish our public comment. So if you're here as a candidate, you will be called at a later time. And I will take a quick second to find my public comment policy. We do have 14 speakers. I take a quick opportunity to briefly review board policy, section 2310, titled Public Participation at Board Meetings. The full policy can be found online at the ABSS website. Per policy, individuals who have signed up to speak may do so for 3 minutes. The timer will chime after exactly 3 minutes. We do ask that you plan accordingly and respect any additional directions given. Profanity, making threats, or revealing confidential student or personnel information will not be allowed. To our speakers, we ask that you address the members of the board with your comments and not the audience. To our board members, please remember that we do not respond to speakers except to ask for clarification of points made by the speaker. And to the members of the audience, we ask that you refrain from clapping, snapping, or vocalizing at any time during public comments. As I mentioned, there are 14 signed up. When your name is called, please make your way to the podium and state your full name before beginning your comments. And our first speaker this evening is Cassie Dotson.
All right, so my name is Cassie Dotson. And so good afternoon. My name is Cassie Dotson, and I have 14 years of experience in special education, teaching at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. I'm here tonight not to sugarcoat things, but to speak the truth about what's really happening in our classrooms. There is a major disconnect between what we are facing every day and what is understood at the central office level. While great things do happen in education, they are being drowned out by the chaos caused by uncontrollable behaviors, and is pushing good teachers to their breaking point. This is deeply personal to me, not only as a teacher, but as a parent with 2 children currently at ABSS schools and 2 more to follow. Right now, teachers are fighting a battle we are not allowed to win because nobody wants to speak about solutions to these problems. Nobody wants to be proactive, instead reactive, which is causing teachers more and more work. Here are just a few examples of behavior problems I have witnessed through my experience. Kindergartners expressing suicidal thoughts, high schoolers vaping, smoking weed, wearing headphones while the teachers are instructing, students constantly being argumentative to where no kid can learn, students destroying classrooms, including damaging teachers' personal items, students throwing objects at teachers, biting them, hitting them, and cussing them out, students falsely accusing teachers of misconduct, students crawling on the floor or eloping because they have been traumatized by sexual abuse at home, kids coming to school so tired that they lash out on teachers constantly due to no parental expectations. These behaviors, the violent threats, the assaults were never in my job description. These are all problems that need to be addressed by mental health specialists. Teachers, especially EC teachers, have become social workers, mental health specialists, behavior interventions, and guidance counselors. Nobody can handle the expectations of 5 job titles that have been put on us, as well as the you can figure it out attitude. attitude. The impact this behavior is having on kids who want to learn is unacceptable. Students who are eager to learn can't focus because of the chaos. Their futures are being jeopardized while the system allows disruption to continue. On top of all, the amount of time we spend documenting behaviors, creating BIPs, and holding endless meetings is ridiculous. We are spending countless hours on paperwork instead of actually teaching. I've gotten to the point that I'm tired of talking about the problem, so I brought y'all some solutions tonight that need to be considered. Immediate behavior support. We need higher trained mental health professionals, behavior specialists, and crisis teams in every school zone. Clear consequences and parental accountability. Enforce consistent consequences for violent and disruptive behaviors. Require active parent involvement, and require parents to come sit with their kids during ISS. Number 3, training and protection for staff. Provide ongoing training in trauma, behavior management, and crisis response. Implement policies and protect teachers physically and legally when they are threatened, assaulted, or falsely accused. And community support. Support programs like the Height Initiative, a program that we have not been able to move forward with due to an unclear process. You can find an attachment in your handout. And JCPC programs. To sum it all up, everyone who is not in the fire with us every day is making decisions for us when we are the ones burning. We cannot keep teaching this chaos. We are exhausted, we're disrespected, we're underpaid. If something doesn't change and change fast, there will be no good teachers left to fight for. Can I read my last little bit or no?
Thank you, Ms. Dotson.
Okay. You are so welcome.
Our next speaker this evening is Ann McCall.
Hi, I'm Ann McCall, and I'm happy to call Alamance County my home. Madam Chair and members of the Board of Education, thank you for this opportunity to speak briefly with you to share my support for you to select Ricky Hurtado to fill the vacant board seat. Over my 30-year career in public education, as a lawyer and in other capacities, I've had the privilege of working across the state in different school systems and with different local boards of education on issues of law and policy, innovation and collaboration, and board training and development. I also had the special honor of serving as a state board's legislative director when Bill Harrison was their state board chair. It seems to me that one of the greatest responsibilities of a board when you are put in the place of the public of choosing a vacancy for your board seat, it is to make sure that you have chosen someone with a proven track record in furthering the interests of students. This Ricky Hurtado has done. He has made his mark in early childhood education, K-12, and post-secondary education. And as a first-generation college student himself, I am sure it has special meaning to him that he has helped a diverse group of students get to college. And if that's the responsibility, it also seems to me that you have an opportunity to choose a board member who can hit the ground running and who knows how to work in concert with others towards a shared mission. I'm so glad you have this opportunity to choose Ricky Hurtado to work with you. In my own experience, he has shown that he is a good listener. He seeks to understand and then collaborate. With his background through the General Assembly and leading nonprofits, he knows about budgets and strategic planning, and he can join you in making decisions in the best interests of our students and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stuart Smith.
Good evening, Dr. Fleming and school board members. My name is Stuart Smith, and I'm from Mebane. I wanted to just speak a minute about the challenges that ABSS faces. As I follow local politics, the county commissioners and the school board, and follow school board and other counties across the state, our county, our challenges that we face are not unique to us. I was reading this week that Wake County has 198 schools, and excuse me, and they have failing HVAC systems, and they had to send some students home. We all have those challenges across North Carolina, whether it's funding, staff shortages, or whatever. But the way we handle those problems in our community can be unique to us. One thing that I have asked, and I sent a note to Dr. Fleming, and I emailed Mr. Fry. I have had trouble locating the ABSS school board meetings on YouTube TV. Now, I know the technology today, I'm a little bit outdated. I grew up, we didn't have a phone till I was 10 years old, and then we had a 10-party line. We had to share that 10-party line, and if there was anybody else speaking, the polite thing to do was hang the phone up. It didn't always happen. And now we're into two-factor identification, but I digress to say that whenever Mr. Fry made it easier for me, and I was delighted this week that I could go on the ABSS board site and see that I could go on YouTube TV. It made my day. I care about Alamance County. I care about the education. I care about the direction we're going in. It gives me so much pleasure to look at this school board and the direction of Dr. Fleming and with Tony Messer and Mr. Hook and these people that sit here. We have challenges. You can sit here, but you go across the state. Everyone has those challenges. But the way that this board works together, the professionalism that I see, and the way you respect each other, you disagree, but you disagree respectfully. And I'm not trying to, I'm speaking from my heart. But I feel good about the direction of the county, but I do feel like on our YouTube channel that we can do possibly more to put more positive out there. And if I go on there now, there's a lot of stuff from the TV stations and some stuff that they always capture the negative. But I like to see for myself, and if I can go to the YouTube channel, such as I can now, it makes it better, and the support of our community is untold. 208 views on the last meeting. If you multiply that, not just by the views, but the number of people in those
Thank you,
views,
Mr.
like
Smith.
my wife and myself, you've probably
Thank
got
you,
more.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart.
Stephanie Enoch.
Good evening, board. My name is Stephanie Enoch. I serve on the Green Level Town Council. I am here asking that you consider voting Ricky Retardo on the board, because in Green Level, our representation is not there. There are more Hispanics in Green Level than there is any other race. But if you was to come to some of our town meetings, you would not believe that. And when I ran for office there, I tried to reach out to a lot of the Hispanics, and I don't know, it's a disconnect between us, and I don't understand why. I've been working with Ricky just a little bit for him to help me reach out to the residents of Green Level. If you live there and been there over 10 years, there is something that you can offer the town of Green Level. So I'm thinking if we could just get someone to represent on the school board, because I know there's a lot of Hispanics in these schools. My grandchildren went to East Lawn, Broadview, and Cummins. My grandson started learning Spanish in pre-K. He's in 8th grade now. And I have to remind him a lot of times, you are not Hispanic. He always goes, all of his friends are Hispanic. He goes to church with them. And then I think a lot of times when we're out and there are people speaking Hispanic, and we would always look over and say, what did they say? And I said, that's a really good thing. And I'm so glad that he's learned that, because I think it's helped him to understand really what's going on in the Hispanic community. And if we can have somebody like Ricky on board with you, he can only help broaden your horizons, just like the Hispanic children have broadened my horizon. So I'm just asking, please consider voting for Ricky. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerome Mushi? Mushi. Jerome Mushi.
Well, good evening, everybody, and good evening to the board. My name is Jerome Mushi. I'm a second-year student at Alamance Community College and proud graduate of Walter Williams High School, year of 2022. Ricky Hurtado is a person of friendship, love, and generosity in my life. I think one of my first interactions with him was in the year of 2020 when he was running for state representative. And from early interactions with him, people knew him as a friend. I was 16 at the time, and 14-year-olds were willing to call him a buddy. In the communities like they mentioned in Green Level, in Elon, and even in the places where he wasn't being elected, people recognized him as a champion for success in Alamance County. Ricky was not only elected to become the first state representative of Hispanic origin in the state of North Carolina, but was also coming back to the community actively, speaking to my high school group, Todos Pomoja, a multicultural group designed to help people of color and speak about their stories of success. Ricky came and spoke to us at a turbulent time. He came and spoke to us recently, or previously, after the school shooting in Texas of elementary schools in Uvalde, Texas. He spoke to our 14-year-olds, our seniors, about solutions to gun violence, and then offered words of wisdom. I recently got the chance to work in Chapel Hill during the election season, and as you may know, he is a Moorhead Kane Scholar, one of the finest scholarships in the world. Ricky Hurtado is known not only on that campus, but in my house. My mom asks about Ricky every other week, and I have to remind him that I only know Ricky as a soccer friend where I will gladly, go one-on-one and put him into the dirt. I also attended Guilford College my first year, and I can attest that he has a great taste in women. His wife, Yasmin, is a proud graduate of Guilford College and was the previous president of Hispanos Unidos at Guilford. And people knew Ricky there as a champion of success as well. I can tell you this, there's no doubt that if you wanted to continue success in Alamance County, it would be the only option to elect Ricky Hurtado on the next school board seat. He is a friend of mine, and on behalf of the ABSS community, will continue to befriend everyone he possibly comes across. I've known many of you on the board as community pillars. I've recognized you as mothers, fathers, friends, and teachers, and I can tell you that Ricky would be no different. There is no opposition that I know of in Ricky's life that would make him feel shy or unrelentless and making sure people succeed. And more importantly, as I continue to move along in my life, I have a person in my corner that's going to represent my hometown. I live in Graham, and my brother's a proud Elon student, and his friends always ask about Jonathan's intuition. And he always mentions how people like Ricky have moved him in a way of success. Thank you, board, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Stern.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Tom Stern. I'm a resident of Alamance County and a lifelong advocate for public schools. As a quick aside, I wasn't planning to say this, I was a basketball referee for 20 years, and not too far from here. I had many games in this county. And what Alamance Burlington Public Schools has accomplished this year in basketball and track and diving just blew me away. It's just, and I really appreciate that you honored all these student athletes, truly student athletes. It was, so I came here, but it was really a beautiful thing to see. I come before you tonight to wholeheartedly support Ricky Hurtado for your vacant seat. I practiced law for over 30 years in North Carolina, and I focused on public schools. I'm a certified mediator in North Carolina state and federal courts, and I've handled contentious disputes involving North Carolina school boards. My background convinces me that Ricky Hurtado embodies key traits of being an extraordinarily effective board member. First, as you all know, a board member has to be comfortable with budgets and finances. It is one of the most important things that boards do. As a nonprofit director and legislator, Ricky Hurtado worked extensively and effectively with budgets, finances, financial planning. He will be ready to go on day one. Second, a board member has to be a team player. In the state legislature, Mr. Hurtado was known for working across the aisles with Republicans, with independents, with Democrats, to enact legislation, including legislation that supported our public schools. The same can be said for his work with public school advocacy groups like NC Child. Ricky Hurtado is a good listener and helps organizations find common ground so they can move forward. Finally, a board member needs to communicate effectively both with board colleagues and with the board's constituents and community at large. Ricky Hurtado's extensive background in early childhood education, K through 12, and post-secondary systems, and his ability to communicate in either Spanish or English gives him a unique ability to share insights with all of you, with the board, and to communicate, explain, and support board decisions in the greater community. For all these reasons, Ricky Hurtado is uniquely qualified to fill the vacancy on the Alamance-Burlington Board of Education, and I urge you to select him for this very, very important position, and I really respect and appreciate all the hard work that you all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Privette.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Privette. I'm going to change the tone a little bit here. I'm here as a concerned parent. At 4:15 p.m. on Friday, April the 11th, I received a letter from Superintendent Fleming and Ms. Sands-Mater stating that my child was being transferred to another school. The letter did not provide any context or reasoning for this change, but noted that I had 15 days to request a different school assignment. As you're aware, the county school offices were closed the following 10 days for spring break. It became apparent that the only students at Garrett Elementary who are affected by this change are enrolled in the exceptional children's class. It also came to light that those involved in my child's education were not informed. I am appalled that the school's officials did not handle the situation with more tact. I cannot imagine that any parent, guardian, or caregiver would not have questions after receiving such a letter. As a parent of a child with special needs, I find the lack of information offensive. It has now been 17 days, and I have not received any updates or additional information. I have many concerns. I'm worried that my child's progress will come to a halt. She has flourished in her current setting. She is loved and accepted by her teachers and the Gator community. I'm certain you are aware, but students with learning disabilities tend to have a difficult time adjusting to change. I fear that my child, as well as the other children in her class, will suffer significant setbacks if forced to move to a new environment, away from the community, friends, and educators that they trust. I'm worried for my child's safety. Very recently, an EC teacher at Andrews Elementary was arrested for physically assaulting nonverbal children. I watched as one of my daughter's friends regressed from being playful and loving to not being able to leave the house after suffering abuse at the hands of this teacher. My child, who is essentially nonverbal, would not be able to tell me if something happened. I need to know what safeguards are in place to ensure that a situation like this will never happen again. Frankly, it is absurd that parent concern from this incident was not considered when the decision was made to place a special population of students with educators who are unfamiliar to them. I strongly disagree with moving my child to a new school. This appears to be a budgetary constrained decision that was made behind closed doors without the input of teachers, administrators, or parents, and without any consideration for the welfare and rights of my child. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is BJ Privette.
Board, Superintendent. Appreciate the time. I'm not going to be as eloquent as my wife, but my daughter is also special and exceptional, just like these athletes up here. The board honored them, recognized them, and I feel like, and we feel like, that we don't get that same response from another group of exceptional kids. Our exceptional kids are dependent on the care that they get. They require protection, and they require attention that maybe not every student gets. They don't need the same amount of stuff that the other kids have, and these exceptional kids aren't getting that if they keep getting moved around. This is not the first time they've moved. It's fortunate for us that it is the first time it's moved, but it is constantly a thing to question when these kids are getting moved around. Unfortunately for this group of exceptional kids, when they are moved in a way that is negatively and adversely affects them. It affects the families that are trying to support and trying to help them. We don't feel like, as parents of these exceptional kids, that ABSS gave us that respect, gave those kids the respect that you offered the exceptional athletes that were given here today. These kids don't get that opportunity to sit in front of these people and the school board and everything and be honored the way they should be. And I feel like that's a disrespect to them. They don't deserve any different than the other kids, but they're being treated differently than those other kids. They're getting moved to other places that is not their home school. I'm very fortunate that we grew up at Garrett. My first child grew up at Garrett, and now my second child, who is an exceptional kid, is at Garrett. Unfortunately for us, next year will not be that way unless something changes. But at this point, we're being shuffled around at the expense of potentially other kids who are in the area or maybe coming to the area. And I feel like that's a disservice to the teachers who give them nothing but love, the parents and the staff that has done nothing but made our life and everybody's life, including these exceptional kids' life, better. And then you're going to move them to where they could potentially go have setbacks in their learning environment, which, according to the motto of the ABSS, that's what we're focused on. It's not what we feel as parents, and it's not what's being offered to a exceptional, special group of children. And unfortunately for us, it also affects the ability to come home and try to get those kids to and from in a safe manner. And I feel like y'all should come up with a way to better serve the parents and the children that are in this special section of the population of the children.
Thank you. Only points of clarification.
Yeah, clarification.
Okay.
Thank both of you for speaking. I have a grandson in that class. And for clarification, the letter shouldn't have went out when it did. It went out the day before spring break, so I concur with that. That was bad.
I would like to clarify.
Let me speak, sir. Please have a seat. Thank you. In terms of moving, why the kids had to go and move to another school, this is the clarification I want to make right here. That school was bursting at the seams. There's only 15 kids. Let me finish. There's only 15 kids in that classroom. They need the classroom, so they're moving the kids. Now, my grandchild's autistic. He's non-speaking, so I know what I'm talking about. Those teachers couldn't do a better job. I agree with that. Is it hard for kids to move when they get into the routine? Absolutely. But it's not because of, other things other than the fact that the school, we've got to have that classroom. Okay? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beverly Orwig.
Good evening, ABSS school board members. My name is Beverly Orwig. I come to you as you deliberate and choose our newest school board member. I speak this evening in support of Ricky Hurtado. I could spend several minutes praising Mr. Hurtado by going through his long list of accomplishments. Instead, I wish to share and for you to consider choosing his appointment based upon the one word that I believe speaks to our most important population, our students. To me, that one word is representation. I was hired by ABSS in the summer of 2011. After teaching for 24 years in 3 other states, I was to finish my career at Turrentine Middle School. I was to teach 7th grade ELA. I was blessed to be welcomed by an amazing group of fellow teachers who would come to be my teammates and support system. As that first year progressed, I felt at ease enough to make some observations. The most glaring observation I felt at ease enough to make was, I just skipped a line. The most glaring observation I came to was that even though Turrentine had a dedicated staff and administration, there was something missing, and that was representation. I was teaching to a student population of approximately 1/3 Caucasian, 1/3 African American, and 1/3 Hispanic students. Yet nearly all teachers were, like me, white. If time allowed, I could have referred to you studies that demonstrate the benefits of racially diverse teachers and administrators to all students. I trust for those of us who truly care for our students, acknowledging the importance of diversity cannot be overlooked simply because it is a divisive issue at the moment. I would even venture a guess that those who are so adamant in dismantling equity in our schools have had very little contact with the very students who are being impacted by their words and deeds. In the last couple of years, as a school board, you have been met with what seem like unattainable problems. As a school board, you have met those challenges by working together, solving problems together. You have demonstrated to us here in this room and throughout the greater community that you truly care about all of our students, not just their vital educational success, but also seeing and championing their true selves. In my humble opinion, out of these well-qualified candidates, Ricky Hurtado demonstrates both the administrative capabilities, but more importantly, he is representative of a population who show up every day to school and places of employment that add value and dignity to our community. He demonstrates this not only to the Latino community, but through his current place of employment and past accomplishments that he cares, sees, and values all of us. A quality that is so vital to all of our students, our schools, and our greater citizenry. For these countless and other reasons, I humbly encourage you to appoint Ricky Hurtado to the vacant seat of the ABS School Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Orwig. Our next speaker is Al Seagraves.
I'm Coach Al Seagraves. I'd like to thank the ABSS School Board and the ABSS attorney for updating and expanding the ABSS School Board policies and the ABSS Code of Student Conduct Handbook. Both documents are outstanding. These documents are well intended, but my concern is that the guidelines are not being followed by administrators at each individual school. There's been increased pressure to improve attendance performance, test scores, academic performance, and graduate rates. ABSS is caught between a rock and a hard spot. Students can learn and improve only if they're in the classroom. Do we sacrifice discipline in order to keep the students in the classroom? Do we send students to ISS or OSS if the disciplinary measures warrant it? Or do we turn our cheek to keep the student in the classroom? When I was an ISS teacher at ABS High School, I had several students that cursed me out, most of them over cell phone violations. I had a student that rarely came to school, and when he did, he was sent directly to ISS because of cursing teachers out. It was ISS policy that the student must put their cell phone in a lockbox and could retrieve it when their time in ISS was complete. I had several students that cursed me out, told me, "F you, coach. You're not taking my effing cell phone." When I called the resource officer to remove the student from the ISS and noted the administration that the student had earned OSS because of their actions, the student would just laugh and say, "Coach, they aren't going to effing suspend me because I miss enough school as it is. And this will count against their school attendance if they suspend me." I was stunned. The administration did not suspend the student for dropping F-bombs all over me. They just kept in the office the rest of the day, and there's no further disciplinary action. In another instance, the student reported to school at 8 a.m. stoned out of her mind on marijuana. Her pupils dilated like saucers, her breath closed, and book bag reeked of marijuana. She slept all morning, and at lunch she got the munchies and ate. And really the school administration said, make sure she has no medical emergencies. Keep a good eye on her. I was baffled. I was stunned. I had no idea why the student was not immediately sent home. What message we were sending to this student? What message were we sending to the other students in the school? And I still stay stunned to this day. I'll have to come back next month to finish up, and I thank you for
Thank you,
your
Mr.
time.
Seagraves. Our next speaker is Ernestine Ward Lewis.
Good evening to Reverend Dr. Fleming. That's why I call you Reverend Fleming, because I know a Reverend Fleming. Dr. Fleming and the school board members, I will not be before you for 3 minutes because I sent you an email. Did you receive them? Well, then you know what I said. So I know Ricky because he was in my precinct, Burlington 8, and we worked together. And I supported him when he ran for office. And make a long story short, everybody has said what I wanted to say too. And I'm not going to read the letter, but I'm just going to ask you, no, I'm going to tell you to vote for Ricky Pitardo for that vacant seat.
Ms. Lewis. Our next speaker is Edith Ward.
Good evening. I'm Edith Ward, and I've been volunteered by the NAACP to just come and share. I heard the concerns from the first speaker. I work in mental health with teenagers, and it is very concerning in the school system with everything going on. So on March 19th, the NAE, National Association of Educators, had a walk-in day to just show support at the school system here in Alamance County. And we showed up at the central office with signs just to show support for our teachers, janitors, bus drivers. I mean, it's rough in these schools. So we just wanted to let them know that somebody cares. Then I opened my mouth and said, hey, let's do this every Wednesday. So every Wednesday, we are at a designated school. We have a list here of the schools. We're showing up 9:30. We can't reach them all this year, but we just want the teachers in the school system to know, and you guys, that we support Alamance Burlington School System. I'm a product of Alamance Burlington School System. My sons are, and we know that it's not easy with what you guys are doing. I have to the family, I have 2 grandsons with autism. I understand the reason with that, and then I'm like, but why couldn't they wait till next year? So, you know, just, it's tough. So just keep doing what you're doing, and if you got anyone wants a list of this, we need support. Come out to the schools. We're holding signs. Most of the time we get honks, thumbs up. We were out at Western and had a couple of thumbs down. But we get, that was passerbys. But we are getting support. We have had people bring us coffee just to let the school system know that somebody sees them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Neely Matherly.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Board. My name is Neely Matherly, and I am the Adaptive Curriculum Teacher Assistant at Garrett Elementary. I am also a bus driver. I also drive Southeast Sports, and I'm also the Classified Employee of the Year at Garrett. Thank you. We did receive word, so I'm also here to talk about our classroom closing. I have been doing the job of a licensed teacher all year long without the extra pay, without the extra support, and handling it all year long with the ups, the downs, the all in between. And I received word Friday before spring break that due to the constraints of our building, that they would be closing my classroom and sending all 14 of my kids to different schools. And it just really made us feel like all the work that we've put in all year long without any extra support, without the extra pay, was just done for nothing. It was a slap in the face, essentially. And it just made us feel like our kids weren't worthy of being in the space that they've been in. That majority of them have called home all year, that they've called home their whole entire school career, and they are just being pushed out from the community that not only loves and supports them, but they are quick to pick up and help at the drop of a hat. They know that if they see one of our kids in the hallway, they know how to interact with our children. They know where our kids are supposed to be at. They know if they're not supposed to be there. And it was a really big shocker that we weren't even at least included in the decision or given an opportunity to have a say-so where our kids went. So they're not only going to one space, they're going to multiple different schools. So they're going to lose their support of not only their teachers, they're going to lose the support of the staff at Garrett, and they're going to lose the support of their friends that they've come to love and enjoy that are their family. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our last speaker this evening is Medora Burke-Skoll.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Fleming. Tonight I come to you not as the representative of ABAE, but the representative of me. I'm a science teacher at Eastern Alamance, and I wanted to come and also throw my support to the appointment of Ricky Hurtado. I guess I'll give you my reasons, and then hopefully put your mind at ease about some of your concerns, right? So 30% of our student body is Hispanic in ABSS, yet we have no representation on the board. It is only very recently that our African American students felt represented by this board. Alamance County, we are like a beautiful, like mixed group of folks, and we oftentimes have boards that don't reflect that. We know that when students see themselves reflected in school leaders and educators, they're more likely to participate in the school community. It increases academic performance, it increases graduation rates, it reduces dropout rates. These are all like published studies that I'm happy to send you the data on. There's a study in 2021 that showed that gains by diversifying a school board, gains do not come at the expense of white students, that white students maintain their standing and actually improve gains, but that there are cumulative achievement gains across every other student group. So when I teach biology and we have state tests and I get my data back and it parses it down, and I know that we're not supposed to talk about equity or inclusion or diversity, but we are asked to look at our data based on those things. So I get a score. How did my black male students do on this test? How did my black female students, how did my Hispanic males, how did my English language learners do on this test? How did my EC students do on this test? And so it's all parsed out for you, and I could tell you that like our minority groups, especially our Latino boys, are the group that I have the hardest time making gains with. And if you ask any of them if they've ever had a Latino male figure in a position of authority in school, almost none of them have. And that representation, that matters. I'd remind you that there was a lot of hand-wringing when we all came and spoke out on the appointment of Seneca, that folks were really worried that they wouldn't be able to get elected if they appointed Seneca. Or, oh, I just got elected. How am I going to keep my seat? My party wants me to. This is nonpartisan for a reason. And y'all appointed Seneca, and, like, you're still here. You're okay. Nobody lost their shirts over it. Be brave. Lead like you should. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public portion, public comment portion of our meeting this evening. Thank you to all that came out. At this time, is the board okay without a recess? We'll move in.
5-minute break, 10-minute break.
5 minute?
5 minutes, yeah.
Okay, it's the pleasure of the board to take a 5-minute recess, so we will be back at 7:11. We are back in open session. At this time, we are going to invite our candidates to the podium for 3 minutes to introduce themselves to the board and to the community and share more about your interest for the vacant board seat. I have 6 people signed up for that portion. We'll go through these 6. If there's someone that's here that did not do a slip, then we'll add you at the end. Our first one, and before I guess we get started, I'll update on the 3 that withdrew. We had 3 candidates that withdrew during the week, so they will not be here. Board members, I think you've been notified this afternoon. Gregory Scott withdrew, Evan Sprinkle withdrew, and Lori Smith withdrew. So we will not hear from those 3 individuals, but we do appreciate their interest initially. Our first speaker this evening is Jessica Stoner. And I will say, as with our other public comment portion, we do ask that you withhold your clapping, your snapping, and your vocalizing.
No, it's hard.
It's really hard, and I get that, and I appreciate that, but that is part of our policy, and it does allow us to move through our speakers more efficiently. So thank you very much.
Okay, it's my turn. Hello, friends. I'm Jessica Stoner. I am, shame on me, Ricky Hurtado. I did not know I was supposed to bring people. So I'd like to thank the board and everybody that's here for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself and to stand before you as a candidate for this vacant seat on the Board of Education. A little bit about me. I'm a daughter of a teacher, a product of public school, and now a parent of a 5th grade student at Audrey Garrett Elementary. I'm also a realtor based in Mebane, a substitute teacher, and an active member of both the Mebane and Alamance County communities. I volunteer for Make-A-Wish and several downtown Mebane boards. I'm passionate about contributing to the development of policies and initiatives that will enhance the educational experience for all students in our district, and I'm deeply committed to the success and well-being of our school system. As both a parent and a substitute teacher, I have firsthand experience with the challenges and opportunities within our education system. I understand the importance of creating a supportive and enriching environment for our children. My goal is to work collaboratively with fellow board members, educators, and parents to address key issues such as improving academic performance, ensuring equitable access to resources, and fostering a safe and inclusive school environment. I told y'all already, I'm eligible for this position because I am a registered voter in Alamance County. I believe that my background, dedication, and commitment to my community makes me a strong candidate for this role. I'm eager to bring my perspective, energy, and ideas to the board and to contribute positively to the future of our school system. Thank you for considering me as a candidate. I look forward to the opportunity to serve on the ABSS Board of Education and make a meaningful impact on the educational landscape of Alamance County.
Thank you, Ms. Stoner.
Thank you, Ms. Stoner. Our next speaker is Brandy Whitaker.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Brandy Whitaker. I'm here tonight to talk about something I've really never talked about in this room myself. Typically when I come in here, which is quite often, unfortunately, or fortunately, I stand to talk about our teachers and our children. I'm a parent of 2 ABSS elementary students. In the past 3 years, we've attended 4 ABSS schools, including utilizing 2 different NC pre-K classrooms. I'm also the parent of a student who falls under 504 protections and a student who utilizes in-school accommodations. Those things aren't things to take lightly. It also provides me with a unique perspective
as to how our 504 and IEP processes work. Over the last 18 years, my professional and social work has repeatedly led me to serving special populations. I have chosen a career path that allows me to focus on the health and wellness of special populations, specifically children and seniors. As a small business owner, I've built relationships and currently work with over 10 of our PTA/PTOs within this county. 3 of them I'll be working with this Friday night. Not sure how, but we're going to make it work. I've also served as a board member for the largest third-party not-for-profit donor to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. I've been volunteering with this organization for over 20 years and served at the local, state, and Southeast regional levels in multiple capacities. I've volunteered hundreds of hours at the hospital itself, which is challenging as a parent. Over the years, I've stood behind this podium. I've talked to you guys about a variety of things. One of the things that I've talked about is making sure that all of our populations are represented. Currently, there's a huge demographic of underrepresentation, and it's for our elementary parents, basically, for our elementary students. I have a kindergartner. I'll be here for the next 12 years and beyond. I think we have appropriate representation for our middle school and high school students. Another population that would benefit is having someone on the board who has a student in our schools who has a 504 or an IEP. That is something that is critical. The last thing I want you guys to consider is who has stood in this room or sat in this room before. Who's here for the first time? You know my face. I'm here a lot. I also stand behind this podium a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Hall.
Thank you, everyone, the board included. I'm here to help you get to know me a little bit better because I have not been at this podium previously, but I've been in Alamance County for 25 years. I work at Elon University, and I started here in fall 2000 and found this to be my home. My wife and I have 2 children in Elon Elementary, a 2nd grader and a 4th grader, so I will also be here for at least another decade, and I'm looking forward to helping educate them. I know the value of a public school education. That was what my background was, so it's my wife's background. My wife works at the VA hospital in Durham, and we have made a commitment to be in this county because we see the potential and the growth of that's here, and that we are excited to be here. And seeing just the landscape of higher education and of education in general, I thought that this was my time to come in and sort of try to hopefully make an impact. And I'm here today, I'm going to talk a little bit about me as a person, me as an educator, and then also me as a leader to get a little bit idea of who I am. I grew up in a family that my dad was in the military, my mom worked for the city that I grew up in, and so I've always had this sense of service, of public good, of being important for myself and others, and trying to help everybody be successful. I view myself as a servant leader. As a person, I am a learner. I like to learn things. I like to get as much information to be able to make decisions about those things, and then I like to solve those problems that we have. Another strength that I have is I'm a connector, I'm a relator. I get to know people and I get to know what the issues are and try to deal with those. As an educator, I see this statement here, student-centered, future-focused, and then that's been my philosophy at Elon the whole time that I've been here as an educator. No matter what the path is that our students are looking for the future, I want to make sure that they're ready for it. I want to make sure whether they're for the workforce, the career, the schooling, whatever it is that they need to do. I am in education because I value the student. I value creating environments so that all students can be successful, and that's what I strive for every day in my job. Some of my work more recently has been looking at career readiness and sort of thinking about how to prepare those students. A lot of my research in the past is focused on mental health, which is obviously an issue in the student population that we have now, and it is something that I'm very passionate about and will continue to do so. I've done work on student athletes. I've done stuff on general population at Elon. As a leader, I've had an opportunity to have many leadership roles at Elon and beyond at some of those national levels. So I am very good at seeing strategic vision, having strategic vision, big picture, and being responsible with finances to be able to do those things. And once again, as I said before, I think one of my biggest strengths is that building relationships and getting to know people and getting to know what those problems are. So good luck in your decision, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate is Beth Carlin.
Good evening, members of the board. Can you hear me? My name is Beth Carlin, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. As a resident of Alamance County and a proud mother of an ABSS student, I've seen firsthand the value of public education in shaping our future. My passion for education runs deep. I'm a proud, almost triple alumna of UNC Greensboro, one of the top universities in the nation for social mobility. I've also spent the last decade building a career as an administrator at UNCG. In my former role, I had the privilege of supporting and advising nursing students in the School of Nursing. I also served on the executive committee of the Alumni Leadership Board, where I advocated for student success across the institution. Today, I work in the Division of University Advancement, where I cultivate relationships with major donors, alumni, and community partners. Every day, I see the direct impact education has on lives, families, and communities, and I know that that success begins in our K-12 schools. In addition to my civilian professional experience, my 21-year military career has taught me discipline, the importance of service, and the ability to solve problems under pressure. As a senior enlisted leader in the Navy Reserve, I'm entrusted with ensuring that my sailors have the tools and support they need to succeed. While my civilian and military careers have shaped my value for service and education, it was my time teaching that truly underscored for me how essential it is to have educators who are passionate, supported, and given the resources they need. The truth is, our public education system depends heavily on the unpaid overtime and the personal sacrifices that teachers make, devoting every last ounce of their time, energy, and resources to their classrooms. That experience left me with a deep and lasting respect for the challenges that teachers face. As a mother of an ABSS student, I also know how important it is for parents to feel heard and for families to feel part of the education process. If selected for the board, I will bring all of my perspectives, that of a service member, a former teacher, a university advisor and administrator, and a mother, to every decision I make. I'm committed to working to ease the burden on our teachers, strengthen the bond between our schools and our families, and ensure that every child in Alamance County has an opportunity to succeed. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Our next candidate is Ricky Hurtado.
Good evening, Dr. Fleming. Members of the Board of Education, and most importantly, the Alamance community. I've spent my entire career advancing public education for all students in North Carolina because public schools changed my life. I'm the son of working class immigrants and a first-generation college student. I worked 2 jobs in high school just to get by. Because I had incredible educators in my life, I was able to go to UNC Chapel Hill as a Morehead Cain Scholar and eventually attend graduate school at Princeton University to study public policy. Since then, I have worked hard to make sure that life circumstances do not dictate access to opportunity for other students like me. That work has taken me to be an executive director of an education nonprofit, having raised over $6 million towards that mission, and now partners with Elon University, an instructor at UNC School of Education, and even as a state legislator. Now, I'd like to work with you all and our commissioners to make sure every student here in Alamance has the same shot that I did. My number one focus in my work is academic excellence and staff recruitment and retainment. We need to continue to make strides to make sure every school in our district meets or exceeds academic growth. We know that the key to a high-quality education for every child in this district is that we have a high-quality educator in every classroom in this district, and to have well-trained and supported staff to keep our school operations running smoothly. This is a challenge I work on every day in my current job as a program officer at a statewide foundation investing in public education. I am ready to bring my experience to the table to tackle this issue and also work with the many community partners, some in this room today, to make sure our educators and staff feel like we have their back every day to walk into those schools. My second big focus would be on the physical and cyber safety, another priority that we should all be collectively focused on. From cyberbullying to threats of violence in schools, this is a risk that gives all families pause in Alamance County, and quite frankly, across the nation. As a House representative in the North Carolina General Assembly, I worked with education experts and other legislators to consider the many potential solutions to this complex problem. I repeatedly voted on legislation to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our students. Now I continue to tackle this problem as a new member of the North Carolina Law Enforcement Accreditation Program at the Department of Justice, serving on a team to make sure law enforcement agencies are applying the highest standards when it comes to public safety in our communities. I look forward to bringing these public safety standards to our community to make sure every child and parent have the peace of mind they deserve when they are in our facilities. For me, the point is this: how can we make sure every family in Alamance County sees ABSS as the best option for their children to learn, play, and reach their full potential? And I'm ready to be a part of this team to make sure that happens in partnership with all of our parents and community members. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Our next candidate is Casey Johnston.
Good evening. My name is Casey Johnston. It is my pleasure to once again address the board. You all have graciously and actively listened to me and my daughter before, and we appreciate that. Today, I stand before you advocating for the open board seat and, more importantly, for our ABSS staff and students. I would briefly like to tell you a little bit about my story. I am a proud product of the ABSS system. I attended Newland Elementary, Broadview, and Graham Middle Schools and graduated from Graham High School. From there, I attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. After college, I returned home to work for my parents, who have been business owners in this community for over 4 decades. Through the examples set forth by my family and church, I believe I was born and bred to serve the greater good. My identity has always been deeply rooted in my love for God, our community, elders, and children. For the past 10 years, I've had the pleasure of running Graham Route 1 for the Meals on Wheels of Alamance County and being a coach at the Graham and Mebane Recreation Departments. In 2022, my husband and I learned of an inadvertent disparity occurring for our Alamance County Make-A-Wish children. We then joined forces with Make-A-Wish of Central and Western North Carolina to found the local Alamance County Make-A-Wish Choose Joy chapter. In 2023, I was nominated for the United Way Governor's Volunteer Service Award. Spending the last 8 years directly invested and involved in our ABSS schools has given me a unique insight and knowledge. Currently, I am the president of the Hallfields Academic Boosters, as well as the Athletic Boosters, and the PTO president at Garrett Elementary, where I've served as either the president or vice president for the past 5 years. As a parent of 2 ABSS students, I have learned so much of what it takes and means to be an ABSS educator, and I am still learning more every day. Consistently, for almost a decade, I have witnessed teachers bending under a system set up to break them. Our children come to school loved and ready to learn, or learned and ready to be loved. Either way, our educators meet and exceed this task daily. Every minute of every day, they relentlessly show up for our greatest resources, our children. Going above and beyond is the bare minimum for these wonderful humans. These educators cultivate and deeply value their personal relationships with every student and family that crosses their path. I see them showing up in the classroom, at ball fields, recitals, and even birthday parties. Every student is their #1 priority. They pour their hearts and souls into our future by making sure all the gaps are filled, no matter the personal cost or sacrifice. Currently, my daughter's fifth grade class contains 35 students, and the TAs at her school are 1 to every 3 to 4 classrooms. These educators are operating on increasingly smaller budgets with limited resources, all while providing 5-star service and making miracles happen every day. Through their hard work, safe spaces are created for learning, growing, and thriving, and much more. I am seeking this board seat to further advocate for our students and teachers, resources for all, and much more as we close the gaps in our educational system together. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And our last candidate this evening that has signed up is Patricia Lewis.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair Ellington Graves, Vice Chair Engel, the ABSS Board of Ed members, and Superintendent Fleming, and to the entire community for this opportunity. My name is Patricia Lewis, and I'm an active parent in the ABSS School District. I'm currently serving as a volunteer parent coach for the Western Alamance Middle School Tennis Club. I received my formal education in the state of New York, and followed by my bachelor's degree in marketing management and a master's degree in human resources. I also am a small business owner in project management. I'm a mother of 3 and a wife to 1. Our journeys over the years have led us to this wonderful school district where we have enjoyed the benefits of our children attending school here. In 2023, my eldest son graduated from ABSS a semester early, and he left to pursue a degree in unmanned aircraft systems. A few months ago, he chose to temporarily interrupt his education to incorporate his long-term desire to be a part of the military. Just a few hours ago, I embraced my son and released him into the hands of the Army National Guard for a 3-month program. He will return here in August to finish his degree. I am now left here with my second son and last child, an 8th grader, and he is preparing to enter the Alamance Burlington Early College program in the fall. My children's accomplishments have been revered by many, but I want you to know that their successes did not come without pain, determination, and challenges. One of my children was cyberbullied, another physically bullied, and another is differently abled. It took the collective efforts of my family, my children's educators, who I highly respect, and the policies set in place to ensure that every student, including mine, would be academically successful in this district. I'm grateful to ABSS for that. This is the 4th school district I've volunteered in as a parent. While my husband and I have had opportunities to engage our children in private school, our hearts would not give up on the beauty of a public education. I made the decision to submit my letter of intent for this vacant seat because I believe in the power of a public education. I believe that if we collectively work together, that changes can be made for the betterment of our children. I believe that it is also important to work closely with our community constituents. A strong school system is built and founded on families and the community. I believe that the children of our school system need board members that understand what it's like to develop policy and to work to ensure that staff and administration execute those policies. From parents to educators to administration and the school board, we can take the right steps to offer all of our children the best education possible. This will require the efforts, passion, and integration
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
of many.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Are there any other candidates here this evening to speak? Okay, board members, you were in receipt of an email this afternoon from one of the candidates that could not be here that sent in a video. Just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. If it's the pleasure, we can show it. If not, we can move on. But I do want to make sure that we acknowledge the video of.
We have a way to show it.
Yeah, I think if you're set up to show it and it's not too much of a hassle, that would be great. If possible, and if not.
Dennis, can we send you an email and you play a video? Dr. Parker, you want to do that really? Who has their email up? Seneca, would you mind, Mr. Rogers, forwarding it to Dennis Fry? While Mr. Fry is doing that, I'm going to assume the other 5 candidates that we did not hear from, nor do we see here this evening, are unable to share anything further than their initial submission.
I don't have the attachment. Yeah, I forwarded Sandy's. Sure.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Evan Small, and I'm honored to share my interest in serving on the Alamance Burlington Board of Education. As someone who's benefited greatly from public education, both at the K-12 and the graduate level, I believe deeply in its power to change lives. A strong public school system is the backbone of any community, and it's our responsibility to ensure that every student is given the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to contribute meaningfully to their society. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working with various organizations across Alamance County that focus on supporting our schools. My connection to ABSS began through my work with Alamance Citizens for Education, a nonprofit dedicated to strengthening public education through community support. That experience gave me firsthand insight into how policies affect not only our classrooms, but the broader community. Additionally, my recent service as a guardian ad litem has shown me how closely our schools are connected to other vital social services and how important it is to support the whole child. I bring to this role a strong background in education. I hold both undergraduate and graduate degrees in the field, including a PhD in educational leadership. Today, I have the privilege of teaching future educators at Elon University's Watts Williams School of Education. Every day, I work with future educators, these students who are committed to building strong schools and even stronger communities. And through them, I see both the promise and the challenges that still lie ahead. If chosen for the board, I will be a strong advocate for students, teachers, families, and the broader community. Too often, decisions are made far from those who are the most affected by them. I will strive to lead with transparency, listen closely to different perspectives, and focus on practical solutions that support the long-term success of our schools. I'm especially committed to listening to educators across the district, from classroom teachers to paraprofessionals. These individuals work tirelessly to create safe, supportive learning environments, and they deserve the tools and resources necessary to meet the evolving and changing needs of our students. Public education stands at a pivotal moment, nationally and here in Alamance County. I'm running for a seat on the Board of Education because I believe in this community, and I believe we can come together to ensure that our schools remain strong, well-supported, and responsive to the needs of all families. Thank you.
So that wraps up our candidate pool for this evening. So at this time, thank you, Mr. Fry. I'm sorry I didn't have that sent to you earlier this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Fry. So board members, you've had an opportunity to review the submissions that were sent in initially, as well as hear from some of our candidates this evening. At this point, we are looking for direction from the board as to how to proceed.
I mean, maybe folks could make kind of an opening statement as far as thinking. You know, I don't know if it's winnow down candidates or what, or if someone stood out in particular, and I'd be happy to, you know, we could kind of go along, or people can just jump in, I guess, as far as, and I didn't know if the chair has any, you know, thoughts or comments from that standpoint.
Sounds like you're wanting to kick that off, Charles. Dr. Parker?
Sure. You know, so I'll kick this off and just say, I'd like to thank everybody who applied for this, and then all the follow-up communication about that, and the folks who came to speak, and especially for members of the public who contacted us in any way, email, in person, a few phone calls, because getting input from the public is a critical part of this process, and I very much appreciate it. I was going to say that, you know, I will mention a candidate, and then maybe other folks can mention other candidates, and we can decide how to proceed. You know, I know Dr. Hall professionally and have worked with him in a kind of peripheral way in his role at Elon as the assistant provost. And I will say that he has some of the things that I like about his candidacy is connections to the community in Alamance County. You know, he has 2 children in school, in an elementary school. And I know that maintaining relationships with Elon, although this is not unique to Dr. Hall, is a critical part of ABSS. We have programs together, and there are a lot of things that having someone with the ear of folks at Elon would be really helpful. In addition, my interactions with Dr. Hall is that he is, like you said, very careful and detail-oriented. There is a lot of committee work at universities. I mean, it really is the mainspring that keeps everything moving on some level. And I know that, you know, again, in his role as assistant provost, he's seen finances and dealt with, you know, issues of facilities. I know we talk about HVACs all the time, you know, personnel, that kind of thing. And at a big scale, you know, the quantity has a quality all of its own, and you change the way you think when you're looking at, you know, some small number of things versus managing a lot over a larger area. So I would be interested in having further discussions, you know, with folks, but I was just going to call out Dr. Hall initially.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Other board members? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Well, first, I just want to start off by saying thank you for everybody who sent in a letter of interest. I feel like this pool of people who sent in letters of interest was a very diverse pool. It was people with a lot of various backgrounds and people who showed that they support public education. So I want to thank y'all. And then I know also standing up at that podium speaking in front of us, in front of the community and everything, I know it's not an easy task. So thank you for that. Thank you for taking the time to show up and do it. Also to let us know a little bit more about yourself. And just to, I guess, talk, I don't want to particularly just call out certain people, but I do think it is a great justice to us to have a person who, like Ricky Hurtado, who is a former state legislator and also represents the Spanish-speaking community. I do think that is important because we do know how that dynamic of our students and community is continuing to grow in Alamance County. I do also think about those elementary school parents who spoke, like a Casey Johnson, Jessica Stoner, Brandy, some of them also, because like they even stated themselves, I think a couple of them in the comments is, they are going to be involved for a while, and that is very important also too, and I think that brings even more conversation to us too. But I think as a board, we do have to think about those communities who feel like they need voices in what we're doing as a board, but also at those school levels too. So I think we need to take that into account with however we move about with this decision.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Ms. Harvey?
First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who put their name in the hat for to become a part of us, to become a part of the board, to become a part of ABSS. It's not easy throwing your name out there. It's not easy standing up at that podium. It's not easy standing up in front of the community sometimes, but you did it. And I just want to say thank you for that. I live in East Burlington. My kids attend Cummings High School. When I go into Cummings High School, we have a huge population of Latino children. When I look at the Latino community, it is underrepresented when we go into our schools, on the board, in our community. Someone said, well, what do you think about Ricky? And I said, before I ever became a board member, one of my goals was that if I become the board member, I want to fight for the next board member to be from our Latino community because it represents what our community looks like. We want boards to represent what our community looks like. I just think that that's major in Alamance County. I think it's needed, not in just Alamance County, it's needed across our states, it's needed across our nations, that our boards need to represent and look like what our communities look like. It's only fair and it's only right. So today I do just want to say, even in supporting all of our candidates that spoke, I do support Ricky for being on our board.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Other board members want to weigh in? Mr. Engel?
If I was in a position to where I needed folks, I'd hire all of you. Because in your own special way, every single one of you could be sitting right up here where I'm sitting at right now. Agreed. All of you, and I really mean that. But looking at that, we have to make a decision. And I think, we're looking at 8 now instead of, how many was it, 14 at one time?
From 16 to 15.
Yeah, 16, because we actually had 8 that either showed up and spoke or sent us something that we saw. With that being said, I more or less narrowed it down to 3 that impressed me, and that was Representative Hurtado and also Eric Hall and Patricia Lewis. All 3 of them really impressed me. Now, with that being said, I think about things like, what have we been going through in the last year when you think about it? And getting this man, maybe somebody on the board that can be more helpful to him when you talk about things like HVAC and other things. We have a provost at Elon University that's part of what his job and what he does, along with a lot of other things. And his name is Eric Hall. He's also been in the county for 25 years. He has 2 children in the school system. He is a problem solver, is what I've heard. You know, I knew a lot of people over at Elon because I was the chief police over there for 18 years. And I worked on the other side of the wall for 8.5 more years. So I got folks that have called me and talked to me, and it's a good man sitting there, just like everybody else that's come up and spoke tonight. Great people. But I right now, that's where I'm at. And Miss Lewis, she really impressed me with her demeanor, how she spoke at the podium, and she's another good one. But right now, I'm leaning towards Mr. Eric Hall. Thank you.
I'll speak real quick.
Mr. Wagner?
But first of all, it is difficult to get that podium and do it. I've done it a couple times, and it's your hand wringing, your hands are sweating. It's no fun. And I like to talk, which is crazy. But thank each one of you to come out tonight. All qualified candidates, as Mr. Ingles said. This is an important job. You know, our job is to help steer this education system moving forward with the support of this management team. Whoever's on this board, I can assure you, the management team, the leadership we have, is here for these kids. So understand, you will have support from the board members and administration to support you moving forward. Everybody's a great candidate. Ms. Carlin, I want to thank you for your service. Where did you go? You back there? Thank you so much for your service. I appreciate that so much. People who kept calling me over the last couple of weeks really were talking about Patricia Lewis, her involvement within the community, her professionalism, having children in the education system. I've got multiple recommendation letters about this young lady, how much she serves her community, how much she loves her community, and she's very open and varied in what she does. So I think Patricia would make an absolutely great candidate here, as all of you would. I know it's a tough choice we have, folks. We hope and make the best choice and the right choice for Alamance County. But at this point in time, I'll probably put my support behind Ms. Lewis.
Okay. I'll just very quickly chime in with, we've had a lot of challenges on this board in my 5 years, and this is a good one to have. We've got strong candidates to choose from. I will echo a lot of the same names that I've heard up here. Representative Hurtado, Mr. Hall, Ms. Lewis. I've known Ms. Johnson since she was itty bitty. We've seen Ms. Whitaker at the podium. I know Ms. Stoner's been active in our school system. Beth and I know each other just recently. We've been acquainted through another group. So, we've got really good, strong candidates. Yeah. The challenge is going to be which candidate can the majority of our board elect or appoint for this vacant seat. And it's going to be it's a hard choice because I think they each bring their own, their strengths to the board. So with that, I will look for some direction from the board at this point.
The last time we did this, I tried to make a more elaborate process. I read a paper one time where if everybody writes down what they're getting in the restaurant, right, and they don't show it to anybody else, they ultimately end up being happier with their food because other people, you're getting, the tilapia or whatever it is, maybe they get it as well just because of peer pressure, and then you don't get a great answer as far as the food you ultimately get. And the chair also reminded me, that there are open meetings rules and there are, difficulties as far as even if we gave the index cards to the Alamance News, I'm not sure that would be totally satisfactory. So not to overcomplicate things, I think I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion that we appoint Eric Hall as to the vacant board seat.
I'll second.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second on the floor to appoint Eric Hall to the seat. Any further discussion?
Of course, I will. I'll just say what I said before, as far as some of the strengths that I think he would bring to the position. And again, as we're talking through things. It's not any, I think we had so many great candidates, and it's a shame to have to pick one, but here we are. So that's my comment.
Okay, there is a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor for Eric Hall for the vacant board seat, aye.
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 Aye. Okay, that was Mr. Wagner, Dr. Parker, Mr. Engel. I can support that. Okay. So and those opposed?
Nay.
So 4-2, motion carries. Okay, thank you, board. Thank you to all the candidates that came out this evening. We really appreciate, and we hope that we will see you file for office in 2026.
Do we want to give folks just a second, not a break, because last time that got extended, but maybe a minute if anyone wants to leave after, or are folks good? No, I didn't know before we started, if people were going to shuffle, and after this vote, if we wanted to give them just a second to do that before we started on the next agenda item. And that's
You only have one agenda item. If you want to do that, then take a break before you go into closed session.
Thank you to all the candidates that came out this evening. We appreciate your interest. Mr. Hall, we will get with you about next steps. Congratulations, and thank you for agreeing to serve. At this time, I will turn the agenda over to Mr. Messer and Dr. Fleming for our budget amendment.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent. In our ongoing effort to be transparent with the school district's finances, before you tonight is I would say I would use my teacher voice, but I really never been in the classroom teaching students. Okay, I'll stand closer. How about that? Can you hear now? Okay. All right. So before you tonight are 6 reconciled budgets. If you can switch to the other one, Dennis, the other presentation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that one right there. Okay. So it wasn't my issue. Okay. All right. So what you see on the screen here is the budget amendment for the State Public School Fund. And if you'll scroll up just a little bit. Yeah, so come back down. Okay. The majority of this relates to children with special needs, EC, an increased allotment of $636,000. The reason why we received this late is because with the impact of Helene with student numbers, those things just kind of delayed. Typically, we would get our final allotment for this sometime in early January or early February. Now, you will see a negative there of $709,000 for instructional supplies, and if you scroll back to the top here, and $709,000 for non-instructional support. This is what we call an ABC transfer, where we're able to transfer allotments, and this is something very typical that school districts do. They transfer the allotment to where they can move locally paid personnel to the state side, and if there's any issues with workers' comp or injuries like that, the state workers' comp insurance will pick that up instead of the school district's workers' comp. That's just one example of having the ability to transfer funds and move employees from one fund to the other. The total amendment for the State Public School Fund is $802,818. There's some other small little dollar allotments that were given by the state Some of them are special grants. There's, for one, it's for like TA, tuition reimbursements, TAs that wish to go and get their teaching license, those things like that. The next amended budget is your local current expense. We didn't get any additional money from the commissioner, so the increase is related to it's an accounting entry related to the lease of copiers, the copier lease that we entered into this year. We have to go ahead and recognize that on our financial statement. So there wasn't any additional money coming in from the county, but we're required to do the accounting entry to put those expenses on our books. In return, we have to book revenue. There's not any actual $1.2 million coming into the district for that. It's basically a gap, generally accepted accounting principle entry. We're going to have some more of those in just a second. The next amended budget is the federal grants budget. And again, this amendment is for $244,000 for federal money. You can see the detailed line item by grant. And basically, this is additional federal allotments that are just that are allotted later in the school year based off of different demographics on different head counts. You can see the large one there of 118, which is $52,000, which is to assist EC kids. That's just for one example. You have $62,000 for Title I money that came through for additional support for students. The next amendment budget is for capital outlay. You can see that's $10.3 million, and basically the majority of this is just accounting as well. We have school bus finance installments of $2.3 million. This is leases that we enter into on behalf of the district, but the state of North Carolina makes the payments. So there's no money that actually comes into the district. This is just another accounting entry that we have to make on our books. The next one is a computer installment purchase notes, go back down, of $1.8 million. This is for the laptop refresh. And again, that is not additional money coming in. We just have to recognize the entire dollar amount of the actual lease for the laptop refresh. And then we spent another $6 million in bond projects where the invoices come through the district, but the county pays them, which brings that to $14 million on the budget for the current fiscal year. There is no budget amendment needed for school nutrition. If you'll scroll up, please, Dennis. You can keep going. There's nothing there. We'll keep going. Right here is the daycare fund. You can see that there's nothing there, but whenever I show you the actual budget amendment where we present it by purpose, you'll see a $700,000 in and $700,000 out. When looking at what I consider daycare funds, I consider that a system-wide support services instead of ancillary services. So I made that switch, and all it is just the expenses are just classified differently. No change in the original budget. And I'll show you that whenever we get to the actual budget amendment itself. And then the last budget amendment that is needed is for Fund 8, which is really our grants and other local current expense of $81,000. And that pertains to some miscellaneous grants that come through for student services and for athletics, pass-through grants. So Dennis, if you would switch to the other presentation. Right there. This is the actual budget amendment that is required by the state of North Carolina. So what I just presented to you was the actual detail line by line item of the changes. So probably in the past, this is what you were voting on as a board. You weren't seeing the back detail of the line by line items. So this is the way that you have to approve your budget and your budget amendments based off of state law, which is by purpose. If you'll scroll down to where you see the daycare funds, right there, you'll see that the $700,000 switched from system-wide support services to ancillary. So That is the budget amendment number 1. I'd be glad to entertain any questions that you may have related to those.
Questions from board members?
My memory was that you moved folks, and this is the allocation on the very first thing that you discussed. It was, it helps to preserve local funds by moving some, allocation, by moving which teachers are on allocation, or could you just say that about the way that potentially it preserves local funds for other uses?
Yeah, so one of the things as a finance officer, we're tasked with making sure that we spend every state dollar. And there is many different ways that we can do that. One is to move as many people that are locally paid to state to save dollars for insurance, health insurance costs, workers' comp insurance costs, and unemployment. If it's a state unemployment, instead of local, we have to, it's less local unemployment. Those things that are related to employees is one of the major things that we do that. And by transferring different allotments, we can't transfer any allotment to any other PRC. There are guidelines that the state of North Carolina makes us follow, and that's one transaction we can, is to help support non-instructional support positions. We're able to transfer money into that allotment out of other allotments. Did I answer your question?
Yes, and for the 2 people watching online still, PRC stands for?
Program Report Code.
Okay, like a budget category.
That's right. That's how school districts budget money and manage their money, is by program. It's not by purpose. It's by program.
No other questions?
Any other questions from board members? Mr. Rogers?
So, Mr. Messner, going back to the piece where, on the more detailed sheet where you were talking about the lease money.
Is that for the copier, or is it for the copier?
The
Yes.
copier, and then there was something else that you
The
stated.
laptop refresh for students.
Okay, so, and you said that's basically funding off of that lease money. It's not additional, it's nothing additional that.
So the lease payments are made on an annual basis, but accounting law requires us to report the entire cost of the lease up front. And so that's what you'll see. And as we go further along and enter into more agreements for these laptop refreshes, you'll see that number grow over the next couple of years.
Okay, and then the other thing was just where you, I think it was under the other, the other local transference? The last bucket where you were stating about that various grants that come in.
Pass-through grants.
Yeah, so it's just a whole pass-through, like, budget item, or?
Yeah, so for example, if someone, a wealthy person in the community donates $100,000, that's where we put that money at, is in Fund 8. And we have to abide by the laws, not laws of course, but their request of how they want the money spent.
All right, thank you, Mr. Messer.
And you typically approve those at board meetings when people.
Any other questions from the board?
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Messer.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move into board and superintendent comments. If anybody wants to, you want to start us off, Dr. Fleming?
Good evening. I hope spring break was good for everyone. We're in the final weeks of the school year, and summer is just around the corner. We have submitted the approved local budget request to the county manager. This morning's discussion took place regarding the county's improvement plan, and I know several of you were there, but no questions were directed to ABSS, so I guess we're appreciative of that. I do appreciate the county manager inviting us in case we were needed to explain an item in the CIP. The good news is, because there were no questions from the commissioners, I think we get everything we asked for, I believe. So I think that's how it works, but we'll see. I'm not seeing too many smiles.
I got a little bit of smile.
I got a little. Hey. Okay, all right. I will take it. I will take it.
A little bit of smile from both of them.
I enjoyed participating in our job fair at the end of March. It was good to see so many individuals come out to seek a career with ABSS. I know our principals were happy to see a good turnout as well, and our HR staff did a great job as always. I started April out strong with several school visits. I feel like they've probably tapered off a little since spring break or around spring break, but I'll be out strong in May. I enjoyed seeing our ABSS team members doing what they do best, serving our students and school community. I also visited Elon University's program, It Takes a Village, at Newland, and I was impressed with not only what was going on, but that our teachers are taking on that task of working with these students after a long day of teaching. I participated in the Alamance Chamber's Legislative Day earlier this month and had an opportunity to visit with all three of our legislators in Raleigh. We celebrated our ABSS and Piedmont Triad Teacher of the Year, Ms. Chanel Jones, at the state event in Cary, and she did an excellent job representing our school system. It was good to see everyone at the Enroll Employment in the Liz Fair, the All-County Chorus, Alamance Art Show, Special Olympics, ALA, and this past weekend, the Dogwood Festival in Mebane. So it's always good to get out into our community and see all this going on. National Principals Day is this week, Thursday, May 1. We are delaying our celebration until a week from this Wednesday when we have all of our principals in the building, and we're going to celebrate them with a little food. That's how we like to celebrate around here, so we know they'll be appreciative of that. Nobody ever wants gifts. We just want food. Our Teacher of the Year event, Excellence in Education, is next week, May 6th. Please make sure that's on your calendar. Our next meeting will be our May 13th work session at 12:30. And additionally, due to Memorial Day, our May business meeting will actually be on a Tuesday night at 6 p.m. That'll be Tuesday, May 27th. And that is kind of my comments and report this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. All right, who wants to jump in next? Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Again, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, for those online viewing. Thanks to the candidates who showed up this evening. As I said, this board and this leadership team have a great vision for Alamance County Public School Systems moving forward. Our county commissioners support us, and we're thankful for that. As I said multiple times before, Alamance County is growing, and that's a blessing to have. We also got to grow our public education system and fully fund our schools, support our teachers and our staff and our administration. I'm appreciative of all the work you folks do. Those teachers are still here. Thank you very much. Board members, thank you for what you do. It's an honor to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, everyone who stayed around with us this evening. Thank you to everyone who made public comments tonight. A special thank you to all of our candidates who got up and spoke this evening. Congratulations to you, Mr. Eric Hall. I don't want you to think that my nay vote was anything personal against you. It was a great pool of candidates, so it was hard to really whittle down to one person, but I'm pretty sure you're going to do a great job up here, and you get to sit next to me. I don't know how you feel about that, but hey, the seat is welcome to you, but congratulations to you, sir. Also want to thank our cabinet for all of your hard work that y'all are always doing. Dr. Fleming, also for showing up today over at our county commissioners work session meeting. Thank you for being over there for that also. And then I want to just speak about a couple of things of me out in the community at various things. I visited the Esperanza Academy and got to sit in with a couple of their students while they were learning. It reiterated to me how the newcomers and the challenges that they face and trying to do things to support them is very important and very vital to our school system. Also, I got to participate in the South Graham Career Day. I got to be an actual talk about my everyday job that I do for 40 hours a week with LabCorp, but then also I got to talk to them about being on the school board also, and a couple of the students, they thought that was pretty cool and everything. And then also part of my education, I was at South Graham from kindergarten through second grade, so it was good to be back in my old elementary school too. Then did the mock interviews out at Eastern. It's always great sitting down with our students as they go through those mock interviews, chatting with them, getting their perspectives. I mean, they're coming in, some of them with their suits, polos, some of the young ladies got on their pantsuit, dresses, heels and everything. And just visit our schools. You'll see how awesome our kids are, how awesome our educators are. I don't have to keep telling you that. Just visit our schools and they'll show you that themselves. Myself and Chair Ellington Graves, we got to go over to Impact Alamance last week for the PEP class. Actually got to sit down and treat it almost like a question and answer time. I enjoyed it. Actually, as a person who was a graduate of that program, it was great to be back to just talk to them about how it is now being on this side as a board member and just having that good dialogue and conversation with them. And then also Saturday, I was a part of volunteering at the Day of the Child event for the partnership of children that I'm on the board with. I was out there actually with Commissioner Thompson. We were handling the food, or the food was handling us. I don't really know, but we tried to hold it down as best as possible. She was over there with the group of the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority handling the pizza. I was over there trying to hand out chips. And our kids love cheese doodles. Cheese doodles, orange fingers, all of that stuff. They love that stuff. So that was enjoyable, though, to just be out there around the kids. It just lifts up your spirits and make you feel so great just being around them, their smiling faces, them just doing everything they do. That's why, just ending off, that's why I love public education so much. Public education, it comes with its challenges. It comes with things that are always not going to go so smoothly and perfect, but it is an actual mirror of what your community looks like. Your community is not going to go smooth. It's not going to always be pretty. It's going to come with challenges. But as we are in this together, we can overcome any of those challenges as a community, as an education system, and as a group of people who truly love Alamance County. And I'm always a person who is about the hope of what can happen next for our next generation and for our teachers and for our school system. So that's what I'll end with.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Dr. Parker?
This will be shorter than usual. So I want to say congratulations again to all of the state champions, Cummings, at Southeast, and at Western. And I'm sure everyone here has the same sentiments. Like Mr. Rogers said, if you want to win a state title, you have to come through Alamance. That's right. That's exactly right. I wanted to say that was thoughts and prayers for all the teachers who are trying to prepare their students for the EOGs. Mm-hmm. It's a month, and good luck. I know that you're going to do great. And to the students who are being prepared, it's just a month, and you're going to do great. And if anyone is listening and considering proctoring, they're always short. They are always short proctors. Think about it for if you're maybe a grandparent or something and can spare part of a day. And I want to say also at the very end, not to get too much into details, but one of my children has a 504 plan, so I'm pretty acquainted with the process, and I want to say that, the teachers and the principals and the counselors really love the kids and are really trying to figure out, what can we do to make them successful, and that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Dr. Parker? Sorry. Ms. Harvey?
I just want to let you guys know I was trying to wait until the end because Sandy's going to outdo me. So I just want to put that out there for everyone to know right now, okay? So first of all, I'm going to say thank you. Thank you to our teachers. Thank you to our students. Thank you to our staff from the top to the bottom, the custodians, everyone who shows up every day to make this work. It doesn't work by itself. It means someone has to show up. And so I just want to say thank you to those who show up every day. Even when it's not easy to show up, you still show up every day, and that matters. I do want to give a huge shout out to everyone who was recognized tonight. It's not easy winning championships. But when you have people who believe in you, people who push you to do the best, even when you don't want to do your best, they're still pushing you. That's where championships are born from, okay? And it showed tonight that we have great students, we have great coaches, and we have people who are truly pushing our students to be the best version of themselves. I do want to say thank you, Mr. Smith, for your kind words tonight. It is not easy sitting in this seat. It is not easy making decisions because sometimes, believe it or not, someone doesn't like the decision that we make, okay? So it's not easy, but to hear your kind words, we really, truly work hard
to work as a team and to do what's best for our school, do what's best for our children, not what's best for us. And I do want, you know, the community to know that the decisions that we make, it's not to do anything good for us, but it is to do what's best for our children who show up every day. So I do want to say thank you for that. Thank you to everyone who came out and spoke tonight. It matters. It shows, and it means a lot when you come out to say what's going on, to say what's bothering you, or to give those kind words. Thank you to everyone who put in their name to, you know, be recognized as a candidate tonight. Ms. Lewis, thank you. 2026 is just right around the corner, okay? So that means that there's time for anyone to prepare to get ready to make that run on being up here with us. Thank you to Mr. Eric. Happy to work with you. Again, you know, I'm just going to piggyback off of Seneca. My nay is nothing personal. I'm looking forward to working with you and seeing all the great things that you can do and we all can do together collectively as a board. So I do want to say shout out to Newland. I was there Saturday and we did the autism walk. And it was amazing to see all of the students, all of the staff that showed up. When I first got there, I was like, oh, ain't nobody gonna show up today. And as I said, more kids showed up, more students, more parents, more teachers. And that says a lot about the community. Now, guys, listen, this walk wasn't easy, okay? So when I started off, I was like, I'm sure it's gonna be a short walk. It wasn't. I made it. I'm here today. So thank you to Newland for inviting me. And we're going to talk about North Graham, before Sandy does. North Graham invited us to their, I think it was STEM night, and they had book fair, and they had arts and crafts. And listen, we were almost kids there. Pam was there with us. Commissioner Kelly was there with us. So we had a great time. I do have lima bean plants at home that have sprouted. We made a catapult, is that right? Did I say it correctly? And we actually got to make some things with wiki sticks. I just want to say I made a frog, guys. I don't have it, but I did make a frog. No, so again, thank you. Thank you to the community. Thank you to the cabinet. A lot of things cannot be done without each of you doing what you do every day. So I just want to say thank you. And again, you guys, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Mr. Engel?
Yes, I'll start out by apologizing to you guys, the board, and also to the citizens. I came very close to violating policy tonight, but it was something that was near and dear to my heart, and that's my grandson, and who's autistic, and one of his teachers is sitting right back here in the back, the very back, and she is a great, outstanding teacher. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Other than that, it's been big. We got a lot going on. You know that. We've got a lot going on. And Sandy and I, we were down at Beverett Jordan. Am I taking you, stealing your thunder?
No, I'll talk
but
about
she was working and I was just observing. They had she had career day down there and she did a great job. And then Coach Gillis and the kids at Hall River Elementary School wore me slap out Friday, but they had field day, and he assigned me to the gym, and so you can imagine. So it was, man, I enjoyed it. I had fun. I couldn't hardly walk the next day, but it was good. It was good. So 3 cheers to those kids, and there's a lot of energy over there. This coming Friday, I have STEM at St. Mark's Church. This is Alexander Wilson's STEM at 6:30, and then North Graham. They've invited all of us to come and serve their teachers on the 9th, and from 7:30 to 9, I will be there. So we'll get out and eat. That's a lot of fun too. So I'm gonna shut up now. Thank you.
You're fine.
No, thank all of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. And you see, you're gonna make a good school board member because you stayed here.
Yes, you did.
So you need to run here down the road. So thank you, and a great speech, a great 3 minutes, and thank you for what you did, and all the candidates, again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engel.
Yeah, oh, one more thing.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm sorry. If y'all notice, I stood up with the Southeast Alamance. My granddaughter's not here. she's playing softball at North Moore tonight. She's my one athlete out of 10 grandkids. So, so she was on the state championship team, 2A team, and now she's playing softball in Southeast. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. So I will try to make mine quick, but I have lots of good stuff to share. I want to first talk about my Tata t-shirt. This is in celebration of Newland Elementary and their 5th year of their annual autism walk that Ms. Harvey represented us on this year. This is the first year I've missed it, but I had a wedding Saturday, so I did not get there. But it is a near and dear walk. It's not easy. It's pretty long, but their crowd gets bigger every year, and it's a lot of the families, a lot of the students, and the teachers that are there, and it's a really meaningful walk. I hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope we'll do it together next year. Congratulations to Mr. Hall on your board seat. Congratulations to the students and staff that were recognized this evening. Several of us were at the celebration for the 10-year celebration for Impact Alamance on Friday. Thank you to that foundation for the work that they've done. They do a lot for the education, for public education and ABSS. So thank them for that. Ms. Kirby for mock interviews at Eastern. Dan and I, Commissioner Priola and Commissioner Thompson, did the Esperanza Academy. And got to see that firsthand. Went to the all-county middle and elementary school concerts. That was really, really interesting. Shout out to Tracy Taylor at North Graham, who invited us to their STEM Night book fair that Tamika alluded to. Commissioner Thompson, who is hiding over there, and Commissioner Kelly. And Tamika and I lima bean paint, they were just seeds, and we've put them in our windows, and we've watched them sprout. So mine is doing, I think Tracy would be, the teachers at North Graham would be proud. This is my wiki stick creation. Tamika's was a professional frog. Commissioner Allen made a professional cricket or something. I mean, they were real artists. I did get my bracelet together. And then we made this catapult that's really cool with the students, and it shoots the little, it shoots the balls at the, So it was really neat. Dr. Fleming was there. We played in bubbles that they made with cornstarch, noodles and marshmallows that they built towers. I think somebody had gotten up to like 40-some inches. I'm not really sure what Dr. Fleming was able to create during his time.
A very nice catapult, a very nice wiki stick creation.
Oh, okay. I'll hide my bracelet.
Not stained glass, but stained tile that we did. That was fun.
And then lastly, shout out to, if you have not had an opportunity to stop by the Captain White House in Graham, it's the 67th Annual Visual Arts Competition. We have over, I think, 65 high school recognitions from ABSS, and I believe there's 14 middle school. It's for all youth, public, private, and charter schools, but phenomenal display. It is there through May 23rd. But phenomenal. I mean, a lot of it looks like professional art. I mean, it was the talent of our students is, and then I did get invited to the Western Middle School Art Show. Dan talked about the career day at Beaver Jordan that we did. Seneca and I did the one at South Graham. And then we're in the final 2 weeks of the Village of Elon project. If you have not seen that up close and personal, there are 11 elementary schools that you have a choice to see that at the next 2 weeks. It's in the evenings, and it's a phenomenal program. And I think that's all that I have on my list. We are gearing up for Teacher Appreciation Week. I encourage you May 5th through the 9th. Please remember your teachers. I always say that that's one good thing that came out of COVID is a renewed appreciation of the value that our classroom teachers bring to our students, and just every day they show up under extraordinary circumstances. We heard from some tonight, and that's 1 week a year. We celebrate them every day, but that's 1 week a year that we can give them a lot of extra love and appreciation. So I encourage you to get involved with your schools, with your PTAs, your PTOs, your boosters, and see what you can do to help the 5th through the 9th. All righty, that's all I have. I believe Mr. Engel has a motion for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I make a motion, and Board, I make a motion, we enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 to preserve attorney-client privilege. North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6 to consider confidential personal information protected under North Carolina General Statute 115C-319 and 115C-321.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will move into closed session at this time. We are back in open session, and Dr. Fleming will be presenting the personnel report this evening.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. This time I recommend approval of the personnel report as amended.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Is there any other business before the board this evening?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.